They call the alcohol I had gave me food poisoning. That brown.
Then I can see, yes.
Brown bottle.
A lot longer. She's a younger city manager, so I was 16. I believe I was asked this
All right, I have 5 o'clock. So I'm sure people will continue to filter in. But we're going to go ahead and get started. And first up on the work session is this Public Art Commission duties. And a couple of things I wanted to do just to set the stage. We recognize that people don't feel heard and that they've been frustrated with this process. So really what we're here to do tonight is to try to work through and figure out going forward processes to put in place so there's more transparency, that people feel it's more fair. So it's not going to be about the specific art. And I will say I'm glad for that because I don't have an artistic bone in my body, and if you wouldn't want me evaluating anything. So I just wanted to set the stage. The other thing is anyone that wants to speak publicly, this is a work session, so there's not public comment during the work session. However, in the council meeting, which will directly follow this, there's an opportunity for 3 minutes of public comment. It'll be just a little after 6 o'clock. It's at the front end of the meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Diesel for his report. Thank you.
You're actually turning it over to me.
Welcome to the webinar.
Oh, really?
You have entered as an organizer and may now speak with other organizers or
that's where
panelists
people
on the
look.
line.
They
When you
embrace
are
the
ready for your
awkwardness.
attendees to
Embrace
hear
the
you,
awkwardness
press
and
the Start Broadcast
it off.
button on the
So,
GoToWebinar control panel.
Yeah, Mayor, I really appreciate you starting out the conversation that way. So
The
staff
broadcast
has
is now
internally
starting.
been
All
discussing the
attendees
need to
are in
update the
listen-only
code for a
mode.
couple of months. The Public Art Commission code in particular, we had noticed that there were some inconsistencies in just trying to understand what exactly the Public Art Commission, like how it functions with the council. Obviously, the community conversation around early morning walk has emphasized the need for both the community and the staff and council to better understand the role of the Public Arts Commission and its relationship with you. So as we all know, the city has a number of advisory boards, Sustainability Committee, Tree Board, the Prost, and each of these boards represent a specific interest in the community and they play a valuable role for you as the council. They're the experts in certain areas and they share that expertise with you in varying ways. We don't expect this body to be an expert on everything, and that's why we appoint these advisory boards. So each advisory board has a staff liaison who really bridges the gap between the council's policy direction and implementation. So this bridge ensures two-way communication. We take what council would like to see, look at what the community is asking for, and then what resources does the city have available to actually do the thing that the advisory board is being asked to do. So as you all may or may not be aware, the Public Art Commission was established in 2015 via Ordinance 2015-04. So tonight we are looking for council's feedback regarding the scope of an Arts and Culture Advisory Board, which is another part of that conversation, is expanding from just a public arts commission into how can this advisory board really support the arts and cultural services that the city takes part in. We also are looking at the resources that are associated with this board as well.
Does Ben have to stand the entire meeting?
He does. Do we not bring him a chair? Oh, I thought because he came in late, he's being punished.
Sorry.
I
In the back corner.
On your left foot only.
So, and just as a final reminder, all financial considerations that are taken into account for all advisory boards and commission do go through the council during the budget process. So this particular advisory board has had some sales tax funding attached to it, which, just something that we'll be considering as we think about the code and where the input from the council really follows in kind of that flow chart. So just wanted to set a little bit of that conversation for you all. And now I'll hand it over to Diesel.
Thank you. So that's great background. We can jump right into it. I'll give some details and then I'll open it up for questions and feedback. Some of the details I'd like to provide is we pretty much overlaid the Sustainability Committee and the PROST over the code for the Public Art Commission because those are the two most recent advisory boards that we've codified, and so everything from their structure to where the members reside, how they're appointed, how they run their meetings. We tried to clear that up because again, it was pretty open it wasn't specific enough. If you want to scroll, Christy. And that's what a lot of this is, a change of the name from Public Art Commission, commissions, task force, advisory board, these all have a little bit of meaning behind them. So looking at the opportunity to have an advisory board similar to the PROST that's making recommendations for ways to spend money, prioritizing a budget, even to vet things like our cost of service and service category work through before it comes to you. Whereas a Public Art Commission couldn't do that. They're really just singular focus. So a lot of the things that I would see maybe leadership in the past struggle with was getting some direction from the community, and this would be a pretty straight appointed board that is their purpose. Ask questions. Did the advisory board advise that we do this or do that or hire this or hire that, or wherever there could be an instance that was contentious or difficult for a staff member to make. You can keep scrolling, Christy. Then we get into, this is just very straightforward. This is the operations. Keep going. And then here, I guess, can you have A and then A through G on the same page, any chance?
Let me see.
Hey, Diesel, the highlighted yellow you just put up there is all new. Good, that's right. That's
Yep.
what I thought. Okay.
And then red are things that I'm kind of suggesting we drop.
Yep.
And then there are other notes in there as well from Christy, but I don't think they're actually highlighted as notes. They've just made it into the form. But this the Public Art Commission shall have the authority and power or duties. And if you wanted to read those specifically, we're looking for a little bit of feedback on that. What do you think? Is that the kind of thing you would like to have gone through an advisory board before coming to you? And then we do want to talk a little bit about procedure and what it would look like. We just had the PROST come to you, and they're asking for, hey, can you give us some direction? So a couple times a year, maybe we come and give a report, a review of what we've been working on. But most of the work that you get that the PROST has done is when I come to you with a budget at the end of the year. And I say, here's my budget, and we have decided that a splash pad is a top priority, or this, and that process has already gone through one of your appointed advisory boards. So we have the potential to do that with this advisory board as well. We have line items in the budget for things like artist fees, a creative district line item, and what was the other one? Public Art Commission. And so there are funds that are kind of specifically for these purposes that if not vetted through an advisory board, it could be contentious as to how they're spent. So in particular, I guess to call it out, the Public Art Commission is the only appointed body that you have that isn't its own government agency with an IGA with you guys on that has kind of been giving carte blanche city money, this 1% or 0.5% of sales tax. Right now, what do you expect before that money is spent? To what level do you expect to have input or feedback, or is it truly just, it is on you guys to spend that money how you see fit? Please follow our purchasing policy and XYZ. like this is an appointed body of yours. So really we're looking for a little bit more direction. And again, this conversation started well before the recent conversations about morning walk. These conversations started probably when Michael retired, to try to find a way to help new leadership to get some more input, community input, and kind of a bridge between the community and you and staff. And so I know it seems very timely, but it has been happening for few months now. So with that, I'd welcome feedback, comments, questions, whatever you got.
Who would like to begin? Yeah, please.
I would like to see that, that interaction with city council versus the carte blanche that you mentioned, going forward, and not for us to decide. As Dan said, on the art pieces, I also have no eye for design or art, so I don't want to do that. But what I do want to see is more that opportunity for there to be press around it, as it's coming back and forth and we're making these decisions, the opportunity for the community to know about it. And I'm thinking first, the City of Salida newsletter and the council reporting about what we discuss in here, to get that out to the community, but also an opportunity for press coverage. And then just would love to see more in the way of requirements around that advertising too, that there also be press releases in the local papers when there's an RFP, a request for proposals, so that the whole community knows that's happening. Maybe even beyond that, a public survey process when the art's being chosen, or when it's down to the 3 top selections or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that just kind of comes to what was on my mind as far as clearly stating what our priorities are with this. Where this kind of conversation started back up, Public Arts Commission was established in 2015, but it kind of went stagnant. And then the conversation came up around the barricades art. A lot of people had a lot of opinions on how that went down, how that looked, as far as the process for identifying artists for those projects, and then even down to the kind of art. Again, the criticism of the type of art, and we realized, yes, we want public art, but no, we don't want to be responsible for being like, oh, I don't know about art. I just thought that was great. It was nice. It was better than a regularly painted cement block. I think having those priorities, even if it's down to putting more weight behind local artists' participation, is important. Even just the thing that has been on my mind around this is just reinvigorating what we already have, like the sculpture garden that has remained unchanged for well over a decade. I just think that's important to have our priorities known, and maybe that's our involvement, is to make sure it checks the boxes of those priorities, that outreach, that local first, and maybe certain locations even that we, again, just off the top of my head, that sculpture garden space, but and then that be the extent of it. I mean, I'm an art school dropout, so that makes me somehow less able to say what art is than anybody else by 2 whole years. So yeah. So it's 2 years less than everybody else, but yeah.
Who would like to go next?
I'll go next, since we're kind of going down the line. I like what both council members talked about. I also liked what you talked about, where, there's a board that presents a plan to us annually. Maybe that's not realistic, maybe it's quarterly or something, but I'd like it to be on some kind of a regular schedule so that staff knows where to put it in the agenda.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add. I agree with
Okay.
previous council members.
I think, they said it quite well.
Okay, I have something. So I agree with all of that. I think it's great, and I like the quarterly reporting or, twice a year, something reporting. But as they're looking at these, are we putting a number on this? Are they reporting to us and saying, we're looking at spending $60,000? Is that okay? I mean, how is that gonna work? I'm not sure if that, or that they just go by it and then they come tell us. Do you know what I'm saying? Or do we just give them the sales tax and then they say, we're looking at buying this?
And I think without bylaws and direction from code, it could be either way right now. And you guys need to kind of decide what you want to see.
Right.
But I think there's that, but there's also, when you're working through the budget process, and if there is some work that's work that this group is doing in 2025 for the 2026 budget. So the council is reviewing the budget, how much are we able to put into art in the community, and this board comes and says, these are some places where we think it would be priority. So, the roundabout on 291, we'll want to put a piece of public art in that, and so that could be X amount of dollars. The trash cans, wrapping the trash cans with art, that could be something. A new piece for the sculpture garden, that could be something. So, I think it's probably a little bit of both, that this advisory group would be able to bring to you ideas and how much things cost, because I don't know how much something would cost, and so that you could then kind of react to that. But also because you are responsible for looking at the budget for the entire organization, that you are also prioritizing. Yeah, there are three art projects identified. We can, fund 2 of them in the coming year. And so this would be what it is. So does that help? That's a little bit
That
of
helps,
both?
because
Okay.
if they're purchasing something that's $10, maybe, I'm not saying $10 is not important, because it is. But there's a difference in purchasing something smaller for the skate park or for whatever it is, and purchasing something of this that brought the attention at the same time the rest of this.
And we
is
do
coming
have
up.
policies in place, for example, for staff in terms of there's certain thresholds where, a department head can purchase something versus having it go up to Christie or come to council. So those types of policies make sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purchasing policies and thresholds are pretty easy. We would probably just adopt or adapt what we currently have. And then, there's that combined with a priority kind of, any kind of priorities. And we can take your priorities that you have and try to adapt them to public art, but I think it may be difficult. We may have to come with some ideas for you about local or what are some of the other things where locations, priorities, like a triage of where you would want to see work first, the size and type and location of the artist. We can probably write this into in some kind of bylaw, not necessarily code, so that we know that in the bylaws, we're going to request works of art, and then select 3. We have a rubric for determining which score highest, and then those 3, again, don't necessarily come to council for decision, but come to council as these are the 3 finalists, and they have all followed the process and procedure, and they tick all of your boxes, or this one doesn't tick your box, can we still consider it, something along those lines, and then to be taken back. And like you said, you appoint these advisory boards for a reason, so then let them determine within those priorities and the boundaries, or guardrails.
If we can include in there, what Councilmember Dominique, or Nacarado said about, like, getting the public feedback too, though, like, make a public survey.
And I would say council is the public feedback mechanism, but it's helpful for us to get that feedback
A
ahead
lot
of
of times, by
time.
the time we get the feedback, it's too late.
Yeah, like, let's make sure it's not down to the wire, like that.
Or
So
after the fact.
if there can be that, I think the public wants to be involved, it seems, so if we could, there can be that feedback process ahead of time. And I know that there's public involvement on the board itself, and I was kind of curious about what's that look like? Is there a rush of people wanting to join? What was the Public Arts Commission, or is it highly contentious like some of our appointments, or?
No, I think, to Councilman Curtelli's point, after the barriers were decorated and painted, there was a resurgence in the Public Art Commission. And there was a call, but it was COVID, so it was kind of hard, we appointed 7 members, and then it kind of limped along, and we've lost a few members, and currently there's openings for 3 or 4 members, 3 members. And we, since Walk in the Park, have gotten like 4 new applicants. We had 2 for those 3 positions, and since then we've had like 4. So there is a resurgence of interest. There were, I would say, 8 members of the public at the last Public Art Commission meeting last week, speaking during public comment, which I think was great. And from what I could tell, the commission really appreciated the engagement. Kind of, again, it's like, wish we had heard this, a while ago. And I mean, to be fair, some of the public comment was, we talked about this a while ago, about one piece of art that wasn't selected or something along those lines. So it's functioning. It can function better. I think we can be ahead of more things.
I had a couple of thoughts. One, I read every single comment. Well, I don't know if I read every single one, but I read over 200 on social media. So I, definitely feel like I tapped into some of the angst and frustration in the community. And, my biggest takeaway is just whatever we can do to create more transparency, bring our local artists in earlier in the process perhaps, and maybe something we could contemplate doing is, prior to the general it's RFQ that goes out, maybe we did something where we invited all the local artists to the steam plant or wherever it is, just for an intro meeting. I think about, like, when we make purchasing decisions here at the city, we always take a look at local, and as long as they're within 5% of the next lowest bid, we'll take them. So we're trying to do that. And I feel like, from everything I read, what really came down to is just people didn't feel like they were heard. They didn't feel, and I think that's on us too, to provide more direction and maybe guardrails to the Art Commission, because we get the feedback and we get it really quickly, and we get it, it's unfiltered, which is fine. That's what we're up here to do. But I'd love to get it while we're still in a position to be able to do something about it, not after something's already installed. And I don't even want to get into the aesthetics, because, we could go around the room and some people are going to love something, some aren't. And art's designed to spark those conversations. But what we can do is focus on that process. So that's what I would love to see, and I don't know how others feel about it.
And that might be, just again, after the cement barrier discussion, which was very heated, and that was specifically about the kind of art.
Yeah.
And not, because that was all locals, right? I just, that might be one of the pitfalls of having like the survey of, what do you think of this art? Because people generally will be mean about their taste, about what art they deem worthy and unworthy. Again, I'm just a little like once bitten, twice shy on it, but I'm open. If the process is better, maybe it'll be a different outcome, but I think just keeping that in mind.
I guess the only reason I brought it up was I I kept hearing over and over again on Facebook where people were saying we weren't really made aware. And this isn't to point fingers, cast blame, anything like that, but maybe it would be a way to show our local artist community, like, just say, hey, we're gonna do this meeting before we do the rollout. You're all welcome to come. You get more individualized attention. We can talk about, you know, the criteria, what we're looking for. And so ideally, people walk out of that room and they're like, okay, it's A, B, C, and they go to whatever letter in the alphabet it is with criteria, and they know, and then they're in a position when they make their submission. It's just a little, it's not a guarantee that you get the project, but it does make sure you get a little extra, you get more attention, that you're heard, and that you feel like it's a very transparent process, so.
Even invited first.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do that
Yeah.
before you open it up to everybody else.
I like that idea.
Okay. So, what I think we can do is probably go, provide some details and maybe even a set of bylaws, details to the code and set of bylaws. Since it is new code, it would be, they'd need 2 readings. And with that would come plenty of conversation and public input into the code. The bylaws we can adopt without formally, I'm looking at the lawyer.
Usually the bylaws are approved by the commission itself.
Yeah.
But we can help, we have draft bylaws that we help all our clients, boards and commissions with, so we could give you a template and you tweak it. It helps for the procedural end. I'm not gonna talk about art, but I'll have the procedural items in there.
And I would say, just having served in this capacity on other boards, the clarity I get up here, it was so helpful. As opposed to trying to, well, is this the way it works? Is that the way it works? So I would think the board would appreciate that type of clarity, and it's probably something that.
Yeah, and we also just were speaking before with Diesel about our firm does these like kind of trainings for boards and commissions, and we can do them for all your boards and commissions annually. It's a very, very small amount of time and a very good benefit for the city.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just under K, it says advisory board, so take out that duplicate. Spell check
Okay.
doesn't like to find things like that, because it's a 2-word duplicate.
Oh, gotcha.
So just fix that.
Will do.
Maybe it was for emphasis.
But that's very kind of you to say that.
I'm feeling very kind.
Thanks for watching our back, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, I'm sorry.
Did you have something?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Okay. Our community development director is hustling back from Arizona and has asked if we can give him a few minutes, and I don't see Andrew Michelson on, so is it okay if we take a couple minutes before we start the next agenda item?
Yes, I think we're okay.
Got a sandwich to eat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I will.
We're already gonna be here late anyway, right?
We are, so you might as well just get up and, yeah, so. And don't forget the brownie. I got one bite of my sandwich.
That's what we just love a 5 o'clock meeting. Right.
We all kind of walk the same, so it's obvious we're doing city.
Right. Just running in, yeah.
Unfortunately not.
I know,
Yeah.
Take a breath.
Is Andrew on?
Yes, he is.
Welcome, Bill.
Thank you.
And we are back on.
Okay.
Hello.
Howdy. Taking a breath here. So, I'm going to jump right into it. I wanted to give you all an update on the First and D Apartment Space to Create project. I've got Andrew Michelson from ArtSpace on the line. We are still in the development design phase of the project with Cushing Terrell and MW Golden putting together the last of the specifics for the project, but we're far enough down the line that we have received some cost estimates, and ArtSpace is able at this point to start moving forward and applying for grants for the project. I just want to remind everybody, stepping back just for a second, that we're talking about the half-acre property approximately at the corner of First and D that the city came under control of via eminent domain with the requirements that it be used for primarily for affordable housing. And the project up to this point has envisioned a 19-unit affordable housing complex with some common creative space, flexible space within it. Of course, we went through the design process with the public, had numerous public open houses last year, and came up with the design, the concept design that was included in your packet, if you wouldn't mind bringing that up, Christy. Which looks a little bit like that, a lot like that, situated with the opening, the primary opening at the corner of First and D, another potential opening to the common creative space a little bit further down First Street towards downtown. Blending in as well as we can under the budgetary constraints into the downtown district. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Andrew, and he can give you a little bit more details of where we're at. And then we have a question for you all that we'd like to get some feedback on. Andrew?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear remotely this evening. I was glad Bill was able to make it and to tee us up. Exactly as Bill was saying, we have come a long ways from some of the initial design iteration. We are at a point now where we are really focused on gathering the necessary financing to bring the project forward. We did select MW Golden Construction to be the general contractor for the project, and they put together cost estimates, which really form the backbone of the bulk of the grants and the funding sources we'll be seeking, because the overwhelming majority of the project is related to the construction of it and bringing that online. So the next steps really for us are taking this design and more or less keeping it in our back pocket as we take these estimates forward into various opportunities for funding, a lot of which are coming forward in the spring and into the early summer months. The primary target that we have identified so far will be going to the Division of Housing. They have just, in addition to their traditional housing grants, there's also some Prop 123 funding sources and the like that we want to be teed up to seek. And in addition to that, look to other sources that may come to be. In particular, I want to highlight there was a source that was passed in this last legislative session in the state of Colorado, creating a new tax credit for which this project should qualify. And we're expecting that source will be promulgated and made available for applications yet this calendar year. And so as we're assembling all those various sources of funding, we want to get a complete balanced budget, take that forward and get into construction as soon as we're able. I'm of course happy to address any questions generally specifically on that process, but I will say that we are very much in a typical posture that would be in a project like this, where we've done a lot of that design work, the community engagement, understood what our scope is, and are now relatively quiet from a public standpoint. It doesn't look like a lot is happening, but behind the scenes, we're really looking to get those sources, make the applications, get them secured, bring them all together and take a project forward. So as that continues to evolve, as we secure sources, of course, we're happy to make updates, but just want to assure you all that this is very typical for a project. A lot of excitement and outward, pretty pictures and the like come forward, and then some of the harder work is quieter, more behind the scenes while we're gathering those sources. So if there are any questions or comments on that, happy to address those. But as Bill mentioned, I think the real call of today is there's a particular source which has been awarded to the city of Salida. It's an IHOI grant through DOLA, backed by federal government funding, which will benefit affordable housing project infrastructure, for which this project was awarded, and which we would like to take forward with the sort of big elephant in the room being that those funds require that they be deployed in early spring of this year. So there are a few scopes of work that we've identified both with our design team and with MW Gold, the contractor, that are eligible under that grant and for which there may be longer lead times. And although we don't have all of the funding secured, we feel it would be advantageous to deploy that grant and make good use of it, even if there's some of those elements related to the building that we need to sit on for a bit, so that we have A, use those dollars, and B, aren't trying to chase those at a later date if we weren't able to actually put those dollars into motion. So, of course, I expect there may be some questions on that, and I think that was detailed pretty well in the memo Bill circulated, but we're seeking some direction and approval, hopefully, from the council tonight to advance that grant fund, expend the dollars both awarded and the city's matching funds to secure elements of the project. In particular, we're looking at things that cannot go bad, if you will. So electrical transformer is one that's been identified. That's a large budget item, and they typically have a very long lead time. And so getting that ordered, whether we're able to actually get into the ground while that's on order still, or if we waited to then order it at a later date, it might be something we have to wait on. So see a lot of advantage there, but also some other elements related to, rebar and windows and things like that, which we've asked our contractor to confirm, even if things were not to go to plan and for some reason we weren't able to move forward either on the timeline we liked, or if there was some design change necessitating that either different windows or different doors be used, that any materials we order would be able to be restocked and or changed for other windows or doors or what there may be at the time we're actually prepared to put those into place. So those are the kind of items we're looking at here. And again, all of which would be funded under that grant, which has already been awarded the project, which at this point is more or less a use it or lose it. And we'd much rather use it, but it does, of course, present some concerns that, materials that are ordered might be delivered. We need to either store those or have those stored at the warehouses for the various distributors. So there's some timing associated to it, but with a magnitude of $750,000 awarded and essentially in hand, we wanted to make use of that if we could, but of course, make sure that council is comfortable and that to the extent any concerns can be addressed in that, we move forward with your approval. So I'll pause there. I don't know if Bill, there's anything you would like to further add, or if there's any questions or comments from council, I'm happy to entertain those as well.
Yeah, just real quick clarification for everybody. Just a reminder that ArtSpace has an option to lease the property that goes through December 31st of this year, 2025. They are the ones that are primarily responsible for the financing of the project, bringing the financing together. I also want to mention that, some people might ask, well, why don't we have more of that money already in hand? Well, it's almost entirely grants that we're going after, and a lot of those grants do not release until later on in the year. So you have to, number one, have those cost estimates in hand, but then you have to wait until the notice of funding availability has been made. And then just a clarification, Andrew mentioned the grant that we got from DOLA. That grant was to the city of Salida. It was for, the grant is $500,000. The match is 33% of the total. So the city would be paying $250,000 in total if we were to get all $500,000 of that. So that is something that we have budgeted in via the Affordable Housing Fund, that $250,000. We have also budgeted in, at this point, an additional $250,000 for gap funding for the project itself. And so the issue here is basically the costs have come back higher than we hoped, than we anticipated. Before we go ahead and make that investment, city's money of $250,000 in the items that Andrew just talked about, we want to get your feedback, your direction on whether you're comfortable with doing that, given the time constraints of the grant.
Who wants to start with feedback? Go ahead.
Is the additional 250,000 in the budget? So we have the 500,000, we have the 250, and the additional 250,000 is in the budget already?
Yes, it's been budgeted to come out of the Affordable Housing Fund.
Okay, how does that work? Do we have to pay that back into that affordable housing fund, or we just get to use it on this?
We would be able to use it just straight out. Yeah, it wouldn't be paid back. I mean, that's a revolving fund because of the short-term rental taxes that are coming in, so it would replenish over time.
Okay, so that's what we have decided to use the 250 on, affordable housing.
Yeah, and right now, and I believe Amy is here, but we have approximately 1.8 million in the Affordable Housing Fund, I believe, at this point. That 250 would be used towards this project. There are other projects, of course, that we've also allocated those funds towards, South Arc and the potential senior housing project on the east side of town.
Okay. And then with one more thing, with the purchasing. So if you decide to purchase that transformer, will the companies hold on to it until we're ready to put it in, or do we have to get it? You know, a lot of times people will say, you know, I want to buy a tractor in the spring. And so we're like, okay, we'll have a tractor sitting here ready for you in April, put down your deposit. Or I'll take the whole payment if they would like to pay me up front. Is that kind of where we're at with some of these things?
I'm gonna defer to Andrew on that. I have an answer, but I think he's gonna have a better answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question. The transformers in particular are of the sort where once you place the order with the utility, which here is XL Energy, they want payment in full for that unit, and then they will begin the process of having that manufactured and then delivered. That is typically a 6 to 12 months, sometimes longer delivery period from when you say go till it's actually delivered, but it would be actually the transformer for this project. It has been sized and determined to be appropriate for the loads that the engineers and the architects are expecting that the project will need. But it's the sort of thing that it will be very specific to this project. So it would be delivered at some point, and it's among the things we've contemplated that although the timing, the delivery of that we expect would probably fall prior to us being able to break ground and begin construction more broadly, it could be placed on the site, a pad could be poured, and the transformer sat there and would not need to be stored. That is a relatively specific item, and one that, as I mentioned previously, just a moment ago, because they have those long leads, it's often advantageous to order those at the very beginning of a project, expecting you'll have them by the end. So this would put us in a little bit of an advantageous position for that particular unit. But that's slightly different from some of the other items we're discussing here. Windows, it would be ordering those and having those stored at either the manufacturer's warehouse or at the local distributor's warehouse until we're ready for them. So they wouldn't necessarily be sitting on the site, but some of the other infrastructure items, if we were to do any of the subterranean work, that might show some work on site, but the bulk of what we are identifying as potential uses of these dollars are items that could be stored off site, and we're accounting for that in the cost.
Okay, and so what other questions do we have?
Mr. Mayor, are there any hard numbers associated with these individual items?
Andrew, are there hard numbers associated that, as of yet, or do we just have rough estimates of each of those?
Yeah. So we've been working with MW Golden as a general contractor. They've gotten orders of magnitude for the bulk of these items. as we were in discussion about what some potential uses of this IHOI grant would be. They are, at this moment, we're convening with them early next week to get hard numbers on what those actual bids would be, so we can make selections, again, assuming that there's an approval here, to deploy that up to the actual dollar amount and to maximize the, A, the dollars that are available, and B, the most useful and thoughtful items that could be secured. So we're gathering the actual dollar figures, quotes from vendors and from the general contractor, and we would make decisions, give direction as to which items are the ones that we would like to secure. The transformer, again, being one that we have an order magnitude. They're getting that price from Excel more specifically. But that one came to top of mind because of the lead item. There are other options we've identified that exceed the total value of the 750 we're discussing tonight, and we would want to select from those thoughtfully about what, again, windows and doors being one category of things we looked at. Those easily enough can be stored, and we can get to an order of magnitude dollar-wise that can make the maximum use of the grant. But we'll be looking from a list of actual bids from the contractor for the actual items to be ordered.
Just to give you a quick idea, the transformer is somewhere in the $75,000 to $100,000 range, maybe $120,000.
Okay.
The windows are maybe around $100,000, and the doors an additional $200,000 to $300,000.
Okay. Obviously, any public infrastructure could be reused. Yeah, of course, we do want this affordable housing to move forward, but if for some reason it didn't, it would complicate things if we bought specific supplies just for this project.
Yeah, and if I may, in responding to that, that's been the very concern we've raised in talking this through with architects and contractor, is we don't want to, be a pig in a poke ordering something that we can't use for something else. So again, that's why we've asked to confirm that any items, windows, doors, et cetera, to the extent they are ordered and either need to be changed at a later date, or if we don't need them in their entirety, they can be returned. And typically there's some sort of a restocking fee, but understanding what that magnitude is and ensuring that we can maximize what dollars can be recouped. The transformer is a different animal. That is, once you bought it, you own it. There is no sending those back because they're specific. But in discussion of that, as Bill mentioned in his comments at the introduction here, the site, when taken by eminent domain, does have a requirement that it be developed for affordable housing. And the transformer would benefit this project intentionally. But if there's another project or there's some change or iteration, or, if something drastic were to occur, we're moving forward with this project, the transformer itself still could be deployed for development at this site without any loss of value. So there's some benefit in that it can be used specifically for this project or for another, but that would be an item that would be owned outright. There's no sending that one back.
And I'm assuming the engineers would have some level of contingency over that. So there's a power demand for this proposed development, and then there's probably some percentage growth in there that's included in the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've asked them,
We've got
and
like
at
5
the outset,
minutes till 6.
which is a little bit outside the scope of
So,
this, the
I think
project
we need
is
to-
intended to be all electrical service, so there's no gas or other utilities aside from like water, sewer coming in. So all of the load calculations for both servicing the electric, the HVAC systems and that have gone into the assumptions of the engineers all along. So they've delivered the calculations to the general contractor and then on to Excel, so that the engineering is sufficient to deliver to this project with some extra. I don't exactly know that percentage, but there is some squish built into that to ensure that it's not at a maximum capacity. It's sufficient to deliver all the loads, assuming
Andrew,
everyone
we're
is
going
using
to pass
everything
it back
once the
over to
project-
council because we're getting short on time.
We've got to really be brief on some of this right now because we have a meeting at 6.
I feel comfortable saying yes to let's spend this money so that we can keep that grant money. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, let's keep the
Others?
grant money. We can't build anything else there. We can't have a parking lot. We're gonna build the project. Let's move forward.
You say the DOLA grant is specifically for this project, right?
Correct, yes. Materials and construction for this project.
Okay, it can't be used for another project, specifically for the D Street projects.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
We can't lose
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, we got 3 minutes if anyone wants to stretch their legs.
The onions.
I did show up in my truck and I forgot to brush my teeth. So.
No onions.
Oh, thank you.
These are from Suzanne. Oh. She said to pass it down.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
All right, I have 6 o'clock, so we were going to go ahead and get started. If everyone could please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Christie, could you take roll call, please?
Sure. Fontana,
Here.
Stevens,
Here.
Martin,
Here.
Nacarado. Here. Critelli,
Present.
Pappenfort. Pappenfort.
Here.
Mayor Shore.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Great, and that takes us to the consent agenda. Any questions or comments on that this evening?
I was curious if we could have some discussion about the Monarch Mountain contract and maybe moving location of the pickup and drop off. Just like a brief conversation. So I don't know if we want to move that down to new business.
We could.
I don't know if there's any support for that.
Yeah, so we'll do it. Can anyone want to, okay, so we have support? I'll support that. Okay, so we'll move that, number 6 to new business.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the moving of number 6.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort with the moving item 6 to new business, seconded by Councilmember Martin.
Welcome to the
And
webinar.
motion
You have
is to
entered as an
combine and
organizer
approve
and may
consent
now
agenda.
speak with
Further
other
discussion?
organizers or panelists on the line. When you are ready for your attendees to hear you, press the Start Broadcast button on the GoToWebinar control panel.
Sorry. Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Nacarado. Yes. Fontana,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. And next up is citizen comment. And this is an opportunity for the council to hear from our community. Public will be limited to 3 minutes each
The
during
broadcast is now
citizen
starting.
comment. I'm
All
gonna hold
attendees
people
are in listen-only
accountable to
mode.
it. We're going to have a very long night tonight. And I would ask if by the time you get up, if you've heard others say things similar, you can just say, I support what was said by so-and-so, but you have the 3 minutes if you would like. Council may not respond to your comment this evening. Rather, we may take it on your comments and suggestions under advisement, and your questions will be directed to the appropriate department for follow-up. If necessary, the city administrator will correct the public record. And with that, I have Carlin Walsh, who is virtual, and, well, is Deborah, you're here with us tonight? Okay, you want to, great, thanks. And I'm guessing it's the same message, so.
It is, and if Carlin is online, if he can be brought
Okay.
up to make comments.
And welcome to Chaffey County.
Thanks.
He's self-muted.
Oop, here we go.
He needs to unmute himself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys were having me speak. Sorry about that. Okay, cool. Thank you. Carlin Walsh, 130 Meadow Lane, Buena Vista, Colorado. Where did my comments go? I apologize.
Timer.
You're on.
Yeah. Deborah, do you want to read for me? I can't get my notes up. So
Sure, I'll read it for you, Carlin.
Thank you.
I'm Deborah Cameron. I'm representing the Chaffey County Economic Development Corporation. Mayor Shore and members of City Council, you received an email with these comments this afternoon. So the Chaffey County Economic Development Corporation strongly encourages the city of Salida to move quickly to resolve the pending sewer service disputes so the Poncha Springs development moratorium can be lifted. As the Economic Development Corporation has stressed for the last several years, it is in the best interests of both communities to resolve this issue. Damage to the economies of Poncha Springs, Salida, and the county more broadly is compounding with each day that the Poncha Springs is unable to approve development that supports our local workforce housing needs. Reaching resolution of these sewer service disputes will also allow taxpayer and Salida resources to be redirected from time-consuming and costly litigation to the execution of the city's near and long-range planning. Further delays also diminish the ability for Salida to work constructively and collaboratively with Poncha Springs on other shared economic development goals. We thank you for the opportunity to share the perspectives of the Chaffey County Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we have Madeline Felch. It's like the window seat on the plane.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, I have to read off my phone. I always do. I'm not going to take up too much time here, but I wanted to state just a couple quick facts. I'm obviously speaking in support of Salty for the CHA board, and bolster that with a short opinion. Salty has served in this community and has continued to involve herself in this very uncomfortable work, often to her detriment, for years. She's built character and she's earned her experience in earnest, and anyone who's actually paid attention to her over the last few years is probably pretty well aware of that. She has lived experience in this arena, which is invaluable when attempting to put an issue into accurate perspective, and the CHA as well as the city have voiced that this lived experience is important to them, so this is a great opportunity to make good on that promise. I'm not here to go after the CHA, but I am a taxpayer and the sunshine laws do matter to me. The interview panel recommended that Salty be reappointed to the board, and in my opinion, they are lucky to have her. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Cassie, is it Stouch? Okay, thanks.
I am also here on the same issue, in agreement with everything Madeline said. Just wanting to uphold the committee's recommendation to have Salty on the board. As another nonprofit in this community, Salty has been shown up for us, been passionate, been activists in all of the work that they're doing, and again, has that lived experience, which we think is really important to have that opinion on the CHA board. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Just sign up here. You can sign up for him too. Okay, and then next up is Rick White. Yeah, if you could just sign up here, sorry. Okay, yeah, you can.
Thank you all for your service to this community. I'm here to speak on the CHA appointment. First of all, I want to put a congratulations out to the CHA for putting the Oak Street deal together. I think it looks great on that housing authority. I think it's a very positive thing for our community. Last time I was in here, I brought my dog. Dan.
I remember.
Dan told me I couldn't do that anymore.
I can't bring mine either.
I like Salty. I've known her a number of years now. She's a unique character, and I think she would be a very good addition to the CHA. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Eric Lee.
I have a question before I begin, and I want to clarify that I am not speaking out of turn as a board member, speaking on behalf of Salty. Okay. In looking over the agenda today, I noticed that there's a proclamation for Black History Month, and that kind of paralleled what my thinking was with what I'm about to say in Salty's behalf tonight. And I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday about this very thing, and Salty in this thing, and excuse me, but I do think in metaphors and parallels, and there's a parallel with Frederick Douglass and John Brown, and that goes with Black history. If you're familiar, both were abolitionists. Frederick Douglass, African American, obviously. John Brown, white American, and their approaches for abolition were quite different. Frederick Douglass being the diplomat, wanting to accomplish things with diplomacy, using politics, using influence. John Brown wanted to go and wage war, fight and die and kill so that others would be free. And with that, you know, in talking, and I've had conversations with Salty and her approach, and she has been one who has lived the experience, and that affects her in a traumatic way. And, you know, there was a point when John Brown recruited Frederick to come and fight alongside him, to put his life on the line. And Frederick said, I can't do it that way. I need to be in there making laws, legislation, influencing people. That's your task. Mine is to work this way. And I think I see and seen the evolution of Salty coming from the John Brown approach to the Frederick Douglass approach. But because of what she's experienced, it hasn't been smooth. And I think that that should be a consideration. And though those approaches are different, there was an appreciation and respect that Douglass had for John Brown. And in one of his speech honoring John Brown, he said this. He compared him favorably to Patrick Henry and his "Give me liberty or give me death" speech. And he said about Henry, Henry loved liberty for the rich and great. Brown loved liberty for the poor and weak. And because she's from there and influenced so much by that, that is what drives her. And I see the evolution and the transformation of coming to a more, we say, acceptable way to get her point across and to have her influence. And I think that voice is much needed on the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Ricky Boucher.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Ricky Boucher. I'm on the board of BETCH, and I can imagine you already know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I can only speak to this issue from my personal experience, so that's what I'm going to talk about. This is, I think, the 4th or 5th time that I've stood in front of a panel such as yourselves, the county commissioners, you, and the board of the CHA, and asked them to please add more representation on the board. I come from a background in, my master's is in gender and cultural theory, and we discuss a lot different power dynamics and how they function and what's going on in a room that's not actually being said. And I think that can explain a lot of the reasoning of why some people would not want Salty on the board. In my mind, she's there for me, saying what I wish that I could say. You know, and in times like now, with everything that's going on in the world and the election, it's really easy to feel distraught and hopeless, like there's nothing that I can do to make the world a better place. But this is the one thing that I do. This is the one thing that I can do. I can stand in front of you and I can tell you that you need people with lived experience on the board of the CHA, and that you do not have it now. And that the only person on the board right now that's speaking for me and my friends that are hemorrhaging out of this town is Salty. She is an asset to that board. And I would just ask that you take the recommendation of the committee that was assigned to pick a candidate and reappoint Salty to the board of the CHA, because I'm proud that she's there, and I'm very proud to be a part of what we're doing, because we are fighting for the people that are facing housing insecurity. There's a lot of us.
Thanks, Ricky. Camber, and I'm not even going to try with the last name, but.
Oh, come on, it's not that hard.
Well, it's not easy for you to say. My last name's short, it's one syllable.
Spell it phonetically.
Sokolsky. Did I get it?
Sokolsky.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, come on. You can do it. I got faith. I want to congratulate the city council in their discussion earlier, which I sat in on, in regards to the Public Arts Council. This is something that's kind of been, I've been involved with, certainly over the last 18 months, if not prior to that. 18 months ago, I approached the Public Arts Commission, and I asked them what the rubric was for deciding who qualifies as a finalist. I did not receive an answer. I don't know if they're incapable or unwilling, but an answer was not given. So there you have it. My team, which consisted of 3 local artists, included 9 public art in public places projects, 3 of which were actually for the city of Salida itself. Yet we were considered unqualified. And that is my issue. I have no issue with Mr. Halliday's project, Walk in the Park. I really don't. I literally don't. Does it reflect what the Public Arts Commission, put out for a call to artists? I would say no, and I could go into that, but I'd only got 3 minutes. So I think that the necessity for reform is here, or else that wouldn't have come up in the subject matter to begin with. I love some of the ideas that were brought here. I have put together some ideas. I'd like to share those with the city council, with your permission, and just see if we can just step forward. This is where we've been. This is already a done deal. We're not going to go backwards on this project, but we can go forward. I was involved with the very first Public Arts Commission for the city of Salida, and the public voted on it. I thought it was commendable, it was wonderful. I've been involved with a lot of public art, and this is the first time and only time I've ever seen this. And I think we have a unique opportunity to present and maybe even show how other artistic communities can, we can be a beacon for them and show how this could be done and reflect the community versus just a select few and then have bad feelings about it. These people are paying for it, with their tax dollars. So let's give them opportunity. So I can't go into detail because obviously I'll go over my 3 minutes, but I thank you so much for the time and the energy and letting me come up here and maybe share this. And I hope that y'all, well, I'm from the South, so it's y'all.
I will look forward to getting
Okay,
those
thank
ideas
you.
from you, and I'll make sure they get disseminated to council.
And thank you so much, everybody, for listening. I appreciate it.
And Shark Lambden.
Thank you, council, citizens. At the risk of being a bit redundant, I was the other half of the team that built that first piece of public art in Salida. I feel that we had excellent success because aside from our indomitable spirits, the public was asked. We were solicited for our qualifications and abilities. Drawings were solicited. The best 3 drawings were judged to work from. Then we were required, and we went and built mock-up models. My model even had a removable deck so you could see what we were covering up, the culvert and the ditch people had to walk around. Recently, we had a bit of contention over another piece in town, which totally does not comply with the criteria that was read out once we finally found out about it. Preference was said to be given to local artists. We have an abundance of talent here. My team alone has worked not only nationally, which evidently was part of the criteria why they chose this artist. They wanted some big heavy hitter that would attract people to our town just to see that rabbit. I can't see that happening, but it is within the realm, I suppose. But we have national artists right here in this town. In fact, I'm international. I have stuff in 5 countries and a couple neighboring towns. So we encourage you to put together a transparent and maybe even rotating arts commission so that nobody gets too much power, you know? Term limits, those are, I think, a wonderful innovation. Establish a process, make it transparent, make sure all of us on the mailing list, which we are, actually get a mail, maybe a meeting ahead of time like you discussed. Let us participate and let us include our customers. Every time I make something for somebody, the customer that I'm making it for, I pump them for information to find out what they want. I'd like to see our town do the same thing. So thank you for letting me express my verbose opinion, and we hope to see you up here in official capacity one day.
Thank you, and you did it in 3 minutes, so that wasn't verbose. Thank you.
Ta-da.
Do we have anyone online?
We do. We have Adam Martinez. I will unmute him. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Adam.
Okay. I would like to comment on a couple of things. I don't think that you should appoint Salty Rooks to the, in essence, board because she's had some Russians with the law, and I don't think that is the good precedent to set. Also, I would like to, in essence, ask the Public Works to do a better job of plowing the streets when it snows, because it is hard getting out in the car, and in essence, I will like all the snow and the ice removed, and in essence, they seem to be, in essence, not doing a very good job of that. In essence, also, I don't think that we should close the streets because we've lived greatly this way since 1980. And I think that you guys need to leave the streets alone because in essence, because we don't have any money in the budget. And I think that in essence, doing grants is not productive. And the final thing that I would like to, I will like to mention is in essence, I have a real problem with Mrs. Dunes that in essence, like I've stated before, she in essence goes outside of her scope and she does things that she's not supposed to be doing. And in essence, whether it's regard to the police station or the fire station or whatever it may be, I don't think that she should, in essence, be able to have so much authority. She's acting like a city manager, which she's not. She's very incompetent, and in essence, and the final thing I would like to mention is I would like to congratulate Council Member Martin. She was named general manager of Sweeties. She does a good job of helping with the customer. She's a fine councilwoman, and in essence, she's always working hard. When I come over for lunch, she serves me well. So, thank you, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you, Adam.
And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
Monica Haskell has her hand raised.
Monica, can you hear us?
She's self-muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Monica. Go ahead.
My name is Monica Haskell. I'm a Salida resident, and I also am on the CHA board. I was part of the interview committee for the Salida appointed board position. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this process. While I didn't initially plan to speak today, recent events encouraged me to share my perspective. As a member of the interview committee, I want to talk specifically about why we were recommending Salty. While she is a polarized figure, some people admire her, some may not. It's important to focus on what she represents. Salty embeds the voice of those we serve, particularly individuals who are often marginalized and unheard. Some have suggested she may not be the right fit for the board, but it's important to recognize her deep personal commitment. Housing issues don't fade away for her in her life. They remain part of her reality. Salty is one of the most active participants in the CHA board, even when she was not a member, as well as city and county planning and zoning meetings. She has a solid understanding of the Roberts Rule of Orders and consistently seeks to learn and engage in meaningful conversations about following them. How many of you receive requests from Salty to meet or to talk to her so she can learn from you? I don't know anyone else that continues to do that over time. I'm aware of the criticism she faces, including the letter that was written about her, and then also regarding the letter to the editor. While I may not agree with her decision to write it, I believe it raised a valid concern that she repeatedly voices at the board meetings. When these concerns were met with little action or outright dismissal, she even had myself and Mayor Dan have to stand up for her so that she could be respected like the others in the board meeting. It is true that Salty had filed a complaint against a board member. However, the result focusing the shift away from the underlying issue at the time, it feels like victim shaming. As someone who also had experienced some intimidation and threats from other board members, I did not have the courage to stand up and speak out, but she did. She's fearless. She talks about the things that nobody wants to talk about. How am I on time? Her contributing and dedication is invaluable. It's invaluable. I believe her voice is essential and continue to work to address the community housing challenges. I respectfully urge you to follow the established process and appoint Salty to this position. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Monica. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close down public comment, and that will take us to a proclamation, and that's celebrating February is Black History Month 2025. Whereas during Black History Month, we honor the extraordinary contributions made by African Americans throughout the history of our republic, and we renew our commitment to liberty and justice for all. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the achievements of African Americans and their role in shaping history, along with the contributions that African Americans have made to enhance the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our country. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the essential role of African Americans in shaping the story of America and honor their courage and contributions. And whereas the omission of much of the history and contributions of African Americans from textbooks and other literature has impeded awareness and appreciation. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month is a positive way of recognizing the culture and history of African Americans as vital to the core beliefs and values of this society. And whereas observing Black History Month provides opportunities to gain a deeper understanding of African American history and acknowledge the centuries of struggles for equality and freedom. Now, therefore, the Salida City Council does hereby proclaim and declare the month of February as Black History Month in Salida, Colorado, and further encourages all Salidans to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Thank you. And that brings us to unfinished business. In Ordinance 2024-20, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving a loan from the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority, CWR PDA, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $163,403.76, authorizing the form and execution of the loan agreement and governmental agency bond to evidence such loan, authorizing the construction of a project, prescribing other details in connection therewith, and declaring an emergency on second and final reading. This is a second reading and public hearing, so I will hereby open the public hearing and I will turn it over to David Lady to summarize the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a brief summary of this. Kind of went over it with the first reading, but this is just a formal process required to receive funding from the state to pay for design related to a project. It's for piping of water off an irrigation ditch that serves our water treatment plant. Again, this is just for the design component, and it's also a principal forgiveness loan, so ultimately it's a pretty good deal for the city to receive it. But if you have any specific questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Any questions? No? No, okay, very good. I saw you reaching for the mic, but it was just your computer. Okay, there is no applicant here, so I'm gonna go ahead. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? Okay, no one signed up for public comment. No need for rebuttal amongst any parties. So I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing, and that'll take us to preliminary council discussion. Who would like to begin?
I move to approve ordinance 2024-20 on second reading.
Second.
Okay, so that was a photo finish, but we have I'll do my best. We got a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Critelli, sorry, no slight intended. And the motion is to approve ordinance 2024-20 on second reading. Further discussion?
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, and then next up is ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, amending section 2-18-30 of the Salida Municipal Code regarding membership on the Sustainability Committee. This is a second reading and public hearing. I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Sarah for the report. Thank you.
So this is a second reading for changing the code for the Sustainability Committee. Prior, a youth representative was defined as being 14 to 18 years old. We had some struggles in the past year finding someone that fit within that age range, but this year found someone who would be really interested in being that youth representative, but didn't quite make that 14-year-old mark. So we think that removing the age requirements would allow her to come on, and obviously getting approval from their legal guardian. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions? Makes sense to me. Okay. And there's no applicant. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
No.
Nobody signed up for public comment. No need for rebuttal. I'll go ahead and close public hearing, and that'll bring us to preliminary council discussion.
I think having somebody even younger that wants to participate is a good problem to have. That's great.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 2025-1, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, amending section 2-18-30 of the Salida Municipal Code regarding membership on the Sustainability Committee.
Second.
All right. Good, you got it. So we have a motion from Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Critelli, and the motion is to approve ordinance 2025-1, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, amending section 2-18-30 of the Salida Municipal Code regarding membership on the Sustainability Committee. Further discussion?
Critelli,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, and we're on, actually, we're gonna, the item on the consent agenda, we put on new business, and it's the approval of the Monarch Mountain contract.
How can I help?
Oh, okay, yes. So I was curious if we could consider moving the location from the Aquatic Center to downtown, just so that we could bring in some more business from those who go to Monarch, and then, you know, they come back, they have dinner somewhere down here, go shopping, continue to spend their money. My initial ideas would be maybe the, like the parking lot, but I know we have the railroad, and I don't know. I just don't know if that's an option. Maybe the steam plant, because there is some parking over there, but I do know parking is the concern. And so I just didn't know what.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
We can explore whatever, but I do think it would be up to you guys to provide me a little direction. We are going to impact parking somewhere. That is what people do. They drive to the location and get picked up. I would have to also run it by Monarch. This is something that we run in collaboration with them, and this had been going for quite a while before I showed up. So I'm not sure what the rationale was for the pool necessarily. I know that it serves people that stay at hotels out on the highway as well as locals. But I don't know that I've ever thought or had anyone propose downtown. But again, you'll have a car all day in one of our spots, either railroad or wherever it might be. So if you'd like me to look into that, I can.
I'm wondering if we could, because I know I want to stay away from paid parking, but if it's like $5 and they get a little, like to take the shuttle for like the parking part at least. I know they pay for the shuttle, and then they pay maybe $5 to park all day. They get like a little like ticket stub from the shuttle driver. They put that in their window, so then our code enforcement will know not to give them a ticket or something. I don't know. Just some food for thought. Just a discussion about it, but I don't know.
It's an interesting idea. The immediate thing that comes to mind is it's been at the pool for a long time, and retraining the public would be a heavy lift. You know, if we could have an additional stop, you know, or if we could survey the people who are taking the bus and see if they'd prefer it to be downtown, but to get some more information about it before we just move it.
And on top of that, my thought would be maybe reach out to Monarch and see if it's even feasible
Yeah, you
before
have to.
we have further conversation.
True.
And that will either say
Go
go or stop.
Do
Okay.
we have a driver now? I mean, we have the position filled? Good.
We filled it last week, that's why this happened pretty quickly. So I guess maybe I can ask if we can approve this contract for this year. The location, is it called out specifically in the contract as we will pick up at the,
It leaves, yeah, it says. leaves the
yeah, in the background, but I'm not sure what it says in the contract.
Oh.
No, the contract doesn't say, so you could always change that.
So if we could approve the contract as is, and I can do some research with Monarch and maybe the ridership and look into some stuff, and if it's not in the contract, we can
Page
we can
31.
change it.
So yeah, it doesn't say the location here, so you could always change it midstream with operations or whatever.
Okay.
That's fine.
That give you some direction?
Yeah.
Okay, can you bring back the action form? Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
I'm Martin.
Okay.
Okay, so then I move to approve the city contract with Monarch Mountain.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. The motion is to approve the ski bus contract with Monarch Mountain. Further discussion?
Fontana,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, and then next item is Resolution 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board.
Hey, Mayor, I have one thing to say before we get into this.
Yeah.
Real quick. So I wrote something down real quick that I'd like to get out real fast about this resolution. I'm gonna read it because that's what I feel I need to do to get what I need
Sure.
put through. So here we go. I said, I sit before you not just as a city councilman, but as a concerned resident of our city who deeply cares about the mission of the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority was established to ensure that all members of our community have access to safe, affordable housing. It is a critical mission that affects the lives of countless families and individuals in our community. However, I must express my disappointment. It has become increasingly evident that our housing authority has strayed from its core purpose. Instead of focusing on the pressing issues of housing, access, and affordability, valuable time and resources have been diverted towards matters that do not align with its mission. This shift not only dilutes our efforts, but also undermines the trust that our community places in this vital organization. That said, I find myself in the position of needing to recuse myself from the upcoming vote. This decision is not made lightly, but I believe it is necessary to maintain the integrity of the process and ensure that we uphold the values and transparency and fairness. In closing, I hope that the members we choose today will dedicate to refocusing our efforts on the true mission of the Housing Authority. We owe it to our constituents to foster an environment where every individual has an opportunity to secure a safe and affordable place to call home. I'm just recusing myself.
Okay, thanks. You have this one?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is Resolution 2025-03, appointing citizen appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board. Within this resolution, you will also be appointing one of yourselves to fill the remainder of Mayor Shore's term, and you will be removing me as an alternate per the new IGA that we have with the Housing Authority. So pursuant to our code and the first amended and restated intergovernmental agreement approved late last year, Salida City Council has the authority to appoint two representatives to the Housing Authority Board. As I mentioned, Mayor Dan Shore's term expires January 1st, 2026. Salty Riggs is also a current member of the board. Her term actually expired January 1st, 2025, and I sit as an alternate with the term expiring January 1st, 2026. Pursuant to our procedures, the city requested applications from Salida residents for this appointment. We received 3, one from Corey Salty Riggs, one from Paul Nash, and one from Charlie Goodson. Mr. Nash later withdrew his application and did not interview. The remaining 2 applicants were interviewed by Monica Haskell with DHS, Eric Lee with Full Circle Restorative Justice, both of whom are on the JV Housing Authority Board, Councilmember Nacarado, Mayor Dan Shore, and myself. And we held these interviews on January 9th. The interview panel, after consideration of both applicants, is recommending that the council approve Salty Riggs to the JV County Housing Authority Board as a citizen's representative. I also, I'm sure all of you are aware, if you read the Mountain Mail this morning, I was on the front page. I did make comment to the JV Housing Authority Board last week during their meeting after I learned that members of that organization were contacting members of this board to discuss the appointment. As a policy geek, I think it's really, really important to maintain a level of trust between organizations and an understanding that this council has full and complete authority to make appointments to these boards per our code and per the agreements that we have with the Housing Authority. So I hope I didn't step on anyone's toes. I really felt that it was important that it was understood just how important this process is that we go through legally and transparently. So I wanted to make sure that you were all aware that happened. So I am happy to answer any questions. You do have a resolution in front of you. You have a motion in front of you as well, and can answer any questions you have.
Can I start with a quick question just on which appointment of those 2 is the citizen appointment and which one is the council appointment?
So this, thank you for that. The citizen appointment would go through January 31st, 2027.
Okay.
It's a 2-year appointment per the CHA bylaws. Those appointments go until the end of January 31st is the end date. Then that January 31st, 2026 is finishing out your term, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I do. So are the applicants here, both applicants?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and the CHA already did their interview process with these, so we don't do that process?
Not the CHA.
No.
Oh, that's right.
An interview committee
Oh, an
representing the city of Salida, made up of 2 CHA board members, as well as Mayor Shore and myself. And we spent about 3 hours in that interview process, and Christy, sorry. So we also spent taxpayer dollars for city staff time for that process.
And it follows it follows the other board appointments that you make. So the Sustainability Committee also, for your next resolution, there were 2 council members, 2 Sustainability Committee members and staff that held those interviews and are bringing that recommendation to you. So it followed our procedure.
And one of the reasons for doing that is, a few years back, we would have applicants come into council chambers, make a presentation, and it just didn't feel like as thoughtful or methodical a process. So we wanted to have members of the boards themselves along with people representing the city. So that's kind of why we did it the way we did it.
And I'll just add to that, that the CHA, there's other appointees from the county. The town of Buena Vista also has appointees to the CHA board because it is an intergovernmental organization. And then the CHA board also has at-large positions that are appointed by the CHA board and the director. So it's really important to just to know that there are appointees from all of these government entities that are also supporting the CHA through funding.
I'd like to bring up a concern that I have, and I did have a chance to speak with Salty very candidly about this.
Are we still on questions?
We'll do that with a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come to discussion. Yeah. Do we have questions before we move on to discussion, or?
No, both applicants still want the position, right?
Yeah, yes. Any other questions before we move on to discussion?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there any part of the process that would attribute to the rest of the Housing Authority Board to sway council opinion on the interview process? Is that part of the process, is to reach out to council members individually to give their own opinions?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. So then your comments were basically to point that out, that that's peculiar, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I felt like it was peculiar, but I just didn't know for sure. But now it for sure is peculiar. Cool. Good to know. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions before we move on to discussion?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm ready.
you'll have opportunity in discussion? Okay. I know you, so if you want to start with the discussion, please.
Yeah, I guess my concern was that I was very passionate about the 505 purchase, and that it's in my ward. It houses people who need the affordable housing, and they need to maintain that rent structure. And I reached out to a representative, and that was Salty, and her response to me was very dismissive. And again, I did have a chance to talk to Salty about this. And she told me that I could talk to Dan about it. And that was a really big decision to make with the 505s. And I understand that there are other sides to it that I maybe wasn't aware of. And I never, when Salty did vote no still, I never got any reach out or any feedback about this is why I voted no. And that was just, that was concerning to me. It's, you know, if this is the board that she's on, and I'm the representative of that ward, and that is land and, you know, the housing that we need to buy, in my opinion, I just wish I had had some communication from her about it. And that was a big concern of mine, just the lack of communication.
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah, if I may, and I'm going to go on for a while and read a little bit too. So thank you for bearing with me. I've got quite a few talking points. I want to make sure to get the whole story out there. And I appreciate the comments that have been made already, and as well as the thoughtful recusal too. So just to give a little bit more background on the interviews, we already talked about who participated, how much time we spent, much of that time spent deliberating the appointment. The appointee choice, after careful consideration, was Salty Riggs due to several key factors. Number one, experience. She demonstrated extensive experience relevant to the role, showcasing a strong understanding of the responsibilities. I think that any new board member on the CHA is going to spend about a year at least getting up to speed. And we need to make housing happen. So that's really important to me. The workforce representation you heard so much about tonight, that piece is clear, ensuring that diverse voices and marginalized voices within our community is heard. It is not possible to just go get another workforce representative. It has to be somebody who has time and is willing to spend their time with the CHA and has that experience. Housing advocacy, she's a notable advocate for housing issues. She's actively participated in initiatives aimed at improving housing conditions and accessibility for all. Perseverance, nobody can deny Salty's perseverance and grit, resilience, determination. The board service, having already been our appointee to the Housing Authority Board, as well as an appointee to the Salida Planning and Zoning Commission as an alternate, highlights that commitment to public service and community development. And the commitment to council and residents. I'm sorry to hear about that communication issue, but that has not been my experience. And all of us were privy to communication from Salty when she was first appointed to the board, where she was sending council board reports, was asked to stop, I think because of sunshine law reasons, but we do need a formal kind of reporting mechanism for our housing authority for delegates, and she tried to do that. The other applicant was also, the other interviewee was also an excellent candidate, but coming from our professional community. And I hope that there's an opportunity for that person to serve on the housing authority, because with so much humility and grace, that interviewee said that they truly believe in making space for a seat at the table for those that are representing the lived experience. And I don't think that person would feel comfortable taking the seat of somebody with lived experience. I don't want to, propose that I know what they think, but that's what was said. I want to talk about my history of participating with the Housing Authority. I started on the Housing Authority Board in 2021, shortly after joining City Council. In one of my first board meetings there, I experienced the discrimination that I have seen run through as a theme when against the marginalized, housing insecure community, when one of my first questions was, where is the representation? And the response was, but we need people with skills. So let that sink in for a second. As a student and teacher of stakeholder engagement, I have an understanding that when you haven't included all the critical stakeholders, your project will fail. Another way to say this that you've heard, I'm sure, is nothing for us without us. Also during this time, a theme arose that became common, another theme, which is with various board leaders and directors, which is that the CHA was being questioned for properly noticing its meetings way back in 2021. And Salty Riggs throughout that time continued trying to get a seat at the table of the CHA board, serving on committees, working hard for housing, working on city ballot initiatives such as 2A and 2B, 300, and then 6A and 6B this past fall. I stepped off the CHA when I started my new job, and Dan stepped in, and finally this council appointed Salty Riggs as our CHA appointee. We all received a letter, and I want to address that because I think this is how discrimination happens. We received a lot of letters, but one in particular was viciously gossipy about Salty Riggs. I know that the author of the letter wasn't present at many of the events that he described in his letter. The reason I know this is because I was there for many of those events. And this is how it happens. As far as the discrimination case that the author mentioned that was handled by Full Circle Restorative Justice, was actually a restorative process over a harassment issue. Who was there for that 4-hour mediation? I was. Eric Lee was in his facilitator capacity with Full Circle Restorative Justice, in addition to other volunteers. Salty Riggs was there and another member of the board over this harassment issue. As a testament to the restorative process, those two people involved are now collegial and often known to hang out socially. I was also here on council and participating with the CHA for the designation of the safe outdoor space referred to in that letter. There were many obstacles and barriers to implementing the safe outdoor space, including hostility from the neighbors. Betch, the funding recipient, was told to spend the funding on rental subsidies instead, just to counteract the vicious gossip in that letter. So we're witnessing through that gossip and those who approached you individually, the gossip in the letter and those who approached you, the group think that led people reaching out to you to tell you what your experiences and feelings should be about this appointment, on something that you can easily judge for yourself by observing CHA meetings, witnessing how Salty is often spoken to in those meetings, and perhaps just throwing this out there, you should ask yourself whether what you're hearing is speaking to your own personal bias about how someone looks, what it means to be professional, or who deserves a space at the table. And that's how confirmation bias works and becomes discrimination. The letter to the editor, we've heard a bit about that. It does fall under the First Amendment and the right to free speech. And we have to question what line the community, us, or the CHA is asking somebody to walk when we're saying, fall in line, work as a team, don't step out of line, and don't use your right to free speech. It might even be retaliatory to use that letter against her. I don't believe that's why the 6A ballot initiative failed. It's human to want to blame somebody. I've been there. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into a ballot initiative, and it's really hard when not everybody is on board. But it's a testament to doing things the right way. You have to slow down and do it right. Why does the Housing Authority continue to be questioned over its transparency? There was an opportunity before the ballot initiative to over-communicate, to over-notice meetings, making sure the whole community knows what's being noticed, to notice any executive committee meetings. And I don't feel that was done, and that was the point that was made. Everybody involved in leadership on the CHA knows what it means to properly notice a meeting or over-notice a meeting. Finally, I ask you to please consider the time that the interview committee spent, including Mayor Shore and myself, and the staff time paid for by taxpayers to conduct these appointee interviews, that the people who spoke to you are now trying to derail. Imagine how you would feel if you were to take your time away from your job and your family to participate on a committee or interview board, and then council members second guessed your decision. Imagine how the community will feel about volunteering for those committees and boards, and think about what it does to our trust in each other as a council if you proceed that way. That's so important. I don't want to see it eroded, and I want you to be aware of the gravity of that. I hope the points that I made will reinforce the value of inclusive and diverse participation in our decision-making processes. If we're going to deliberate the interview committee's recommendation for this critical appointment, let us remember the principles of fairness and transparency and representation that guide our roles as council members. It is our duty to ensure that all voices are heard and that our actions reflect the best interests of the community we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to follow that tough act?
Truly.
I can't say nothing after that, but that pretty much covers it. But I do just want to underscore how I feel as far as priorities for this board. Last I checked, the council made it a priority to have somebody with lived experience with a seat at the table, in the same way that we just saw with sustainability, having a youth representation on that board, because those are the ones that have the most to gain or lose from the outcome. If that priority changed at some point, I was unaware. And that was the biggest question that I was asking whenever it came up that is Salty the best choice, was who else you got that has lived experience? And that was responded to with crickets, nothing. You're giving me nothing to check the box of that priority. As far as effort, boots on the field, I think if there's one person I can attribute to getting question 300 turned down, it would be Salty. I don't think, and close second, Ricky, of course. But I don't think there was a single door that was unknocked on, or we printed a massive amount of just informational things on on a confusing piece of legislation, and Salty was there at least twice to every single door in this community. So that's not my experience. Somebody who it doesn't have the energy or doesn't put in the effort. Quite honestly, it's the opposite. And the only other thing I can think of that just, and I use the word peculiar to describe people that didn't like the outcome of the process and then tried to sway council opinion and forego that process. It's really, the peculiar isn't really the word. I mean, it's more, it's unprofessional. And I say that because I have never been, in 8 years of being up here, inundated with somebody on planning and zoning that the vote didn't go their way and they felt the need to call me to sway my thoughts. Nor do I, in that same regard, feel the need to micromanage every single number of that maybe is presented to somebody. Say, just for example, we have a representation on the airport board. I don't ask constantly for the minute detail and micromanage, because there's some trust there. I trust that if something is peculiar or unprofessional, we have a canary in that coal mine. We have somebody that can say it. Because we just don't have that kind of time to agonize over every detail. We just talked about it with the Public Arts Commission. We don't have the time to, agonize over what is more artistic and less artistic. So I think this kind of falls into that same category of, and this is a first for me to hear that this process is being forewent and in this manner. It certainly is peculiar because it just doesn't happen like it is happening. And it seems to me that the very thing that somebody like Salty would be being accused of is being perpetrated against her. So that's irony. That's all I have. But yeah, pretty much everything that Councilmember Nacarado said as well.
Anybody else?
I certainly appreciate the perspectives of Councilmember Nacarado and Councilmember Critelli. I have a very different take on it, however. First of all, there's some issues with the CHA board. As a public government or quasi-government board, City Council requires legal processes, public open meetings with supported decision-making, no backroom deals. From our housing board members, we need help with deed-restricted administration. We need progress toward housing projects for those making under median income. We need transparency about grant funds, what grants we've landed, what the scope of work is, how we're progressing to accomplish the work. These are all concerns that Salty brought to me. Maybe not every one of them, but the thing on the grants, because she asked a lot of questions and could not get answers. Any board needs to know those things, where you are with the grants, what your commitments are you going to be able to make them? Okay, I'm going to skip that part. But serving on a committee or board requires patience with the organization. Community service is not for our convenience. Instead, it's to help others. Going public against the team is destructive and unacceptable. Not suing the organization is a bare minimum. If you sit on a nonprofit board and you want to sue them, it's time to get off. Because it's wasting the money and you cannot accomplish the mission when you have infighting like that. Yet this tactic was deployed, wasting thousands of dollars meant to build housing. Writing disparaging letters to the editor or having your nonprofit do it builds mistrust at a time when CHA needs to build trust. Flexibility to discern priorities. Voting for projects, not against them. Are we sacrificing the good because it's not perfect? Going public against the team is destructive and unacceptable. Ability to find good in our teammates matters. Like Abraham Lincoln said, if you look for the good in a man, you will surely find it. If you look for the bad in a man, you will surely find it. Addressing grievances through the executive director or board president are required. That's how we do it here. We put it on Christie. We don't supervise everyone. We bring it through the head. You know, I came up with my position by watching the meeting. It wasn't what anybody said to me. It was watching the board agonize emotionally with constantly being under attack on things that should have been a lower priority than the organization's mission. There was no responsibility accepted by Salty whatsoever. In fact, she left the meeting because she didn't want to hear from everybody about constantly focus on the meeting notice instead of the mission. Is that important? Yes, it's important. Is it the top priority? No, it's not the top priority. Common sense needs to come into the equation. I appreciate all the work that people have done. When we watch the actual process, it's clear to us. I was obnoxious in my 20s. The boss sent me for training because I had to learn to settle down. If I was going to be effective and actually lead a group of people to put together a daily newspaper, I had to settle down. And I did it. And it can be done. And I have total faith in Salty that she can do that. She's made a ton of progress. She's very passionate about housing. But having a functioning team is more important than having somebody with personal experience with housing. I get the importance of it, but you have to work as a group. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
That's tough place to be in here right now.
Yes, it's not fun.
No. So as I sit and listen to this, and I have not talked to anybody on CHA, in fact, I don't even really know them. I probably should get to know them well. There's a lot of controversy, obviously, going on with this. If it's self-created or if it's board-created, and we contribute to that, or the nominees, not nominees, but the people who are trying to be on this board create themselves. As I sit and listen to other council who I respect, I can see that my decision comes from a chain of command position. So obviously I'm military. So that means when you have a problem, you go up your chain of command. You don't air it. You don't air it above your chain of command. You don't air it past your board unless those people have not resolved what is happening. And even in that case, you work together to have those issues resolved. So I think with all this controversy going on, I feel like there should be someone new, someone who is going to hopefully work and not create that controversy, not go ahead above and beyond the chain of command and air those grievances to the newspaper. I think that is disrespectful to the people who are at the top of that organization. So that's all I have to say.
Any other discussion before I ask for a motion?
I'll just add that I do believe that it was attempted to address the issue internally. And it is our desire as the city to have somebody representing us to the CHA who's going to have our city interests at heart and make sure that people are being accountable to the city of Salida. So I trust that we will get that through an appointment of Salty. I think she has the city's best interests at heart, not falling in line to be perceived as being part of the team and not calling out these issues that are involved in a lack of transparency for the organization. So I am reassured about the city representation from that. I understand what it means to work things out and be diplomatic, and I think we all are politicians. So we understand that very well. And I think there's also a place for activism and advocacy, and especially if it means having our workforce represented in the place that's making decisions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? And if not, I would accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board. Salty Riggs as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31st, 2027. And then I'm also seeking the city's council.
Can you speak to yourself in the third person?
I would, for obvious reasons that I've just mentioned, I am eager to rejoin the Chafee Housing Authority Board, and there is new leadership on the board executive team, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that leadership to help make sure that transparency ensues, as well as housing is made. I was, at the last CHA board meeting, voted in as secretary of the board, which is really strange because I'm not on the board yet. So there was some confusion there that I think speaks a little bit to the dysfunction going on as a real who's on first situation, where the bylaws said I could be elected to secretary as that it didn't have to be a board member, but the new IGA, which our city staff, county staff, many people have worked very hard on, says it does have to be a board member. So I will ask for a revote for my position the position as secretary, which does not belong to me on the CHA board.
Thank you for taking this on.
Term to expire January 31st, 2026 then?
That's it.
Okay.
Do you want me to say it out? Somebody else say it.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Wait, I think we need to say the removing Christy Dune part as well.
Oh, yeah. Can we, just read all that, yeah.
And removing Christy Dune as alternate member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Catelli. The motion is to approve Resolution 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board. Appointing Salty Riggs as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire, January 31st, 2027, and then appointing Councilmember Dominique Nacarado as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31st, 2026, and removing Christy Dune as an alternate member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority. Further discussion?
Nacarado?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
No.
Fontana?
Mr. Mayor, I guess I do have a question. How do I approve one but not the other? Do I just vote no, or do I?
Just have
You need
be
to
a
vote either yes or no on this. It's not,
It's not one or the other?
yes.
No.
Martin?
No.
Critelli?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Okay. Does that mean we now have to go back to do another motion, or?
You need to fill this, right? So I think someone else should make a different motion.
Oh, that's what okay.
A motion to appoint.
The whole motion.
The
So
whole- you-
the name is Charlie Goodson. I'll take it. I move to approve Resolution 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board. Charlie Goodson as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31, 2027. Councilmember Dominique Nacarado as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31, 2026. Removing Christy Dune as an alternate member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Fontana. And the motion is to approve Resolution 2025-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Chafee Housing Authority Board. Appointing Charlie Goodson as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31st, 2027, and then appointing Councilmember Dominique Nacarado as a member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority, term to expire January 31st, 2026, and removing Christy Dune as an alternate member of the Board of Directors of the Chafee Housing Authority. Further discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'll be voting no, not as more of like a yes for Salty, but also a no about not wanting to see the board move forward consisting of people that don't want to directly interact with the very people that they claim to want to help. Kind of under the guise or the quotes of nothing about us without us. So that's primarily why I'll be voting no, just so if there's any confusion. It's like a strong yes for one thing and then also a strong no on that. So, thanks.
Anything else?
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Critelli,
No.
Nacarado,
No.
Martin,
Yes.
Fontana. Yes. Motion passed.
Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Next up, Resolution 2025-04, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving citizen appointments to the Sustainability Committee pursuant to Section 2-18-10 of the Salida Municipal Code.
Let's stick around for the next 4 years.
My retaliation run.
All right, good evening, council. Before you is Resolution 2025-04. We had two appointments available for the Sustainability Committee. One was for a youth representative, which you all just passed the ordinance that changed the age requirements. And the second is for a 2-year appointment. The Sustainability Committee, the new chair, Julie Mock, along with another committee member, Megan Witherspoon, myself and Councilmember Nacarado sat in on the interviews. Myself and Councilmember Nacarado did not vote. We just sat in and provided feedback. The sub-interview committee recommended that Greg Reed would be the appointment for the 2-year term, and that Clara Epperson would be the youth representative. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Questions? Nope.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-04, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following citizen appointments to the Sustainability Committee.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Fontana. Did I get that right? Good, okay. And the motion is to approve Resolution 2025-04, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following citizen appointments to the Sustainability Committee. And then I read this next part too, is that?
I believe so.
Okay. Number 1, the City Council hereby appoints Clara Epperson as a 1-year member of the Salida Sustainability Committee, term to expire January 1st, 2026. And the City Council hereby appoints Greg Reed as a 2-year member of the Salida Sustainability Committee, term to expire January 21st, 2027. Further discussion?
Martin,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana. Yes. Pappenfort,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. And that brings us to council reports. And we'll start with Councilmember Pappenfort.
Nothing this evening.
Councilmember Stevens.
No, I'm just glad everybody made it through the cold spell. I hope everybody stays safe and stayed warm. That's really all I have.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Curtelli.
Yeah, I guess just an annual reminder about how awesome Rock School was, the winter showcase. This year, it was just so much better. A lot of the kids had been working through that program and learning how to play their instruments since they were like really little, and it showed. And just really seeing that program progress. I mean, these kids were awesome. I mean, and not just like, oh wow, it's kids playing rock and roll. I'm like, it was actually impressive. So one chick was able to do that thing that Van Halen can do with their voice, like or David Lee Roth, like with the screech, like to a T. That's incredibly hard. Anyway, I'm super stoked on it because I'm MC it every year, but it's just really cool to see programs like Articipate that support things like that, organizations like Articipate that support programs like that, and see it just come together like that is just very awesome. I also got tapped to help do the Public Arts Commission interviews. So I guess, I'll try my best to spend that time, but if anybody thinks that they know better, obviously, you could just do that too.
I know less.
You're the art school dropout.
Right. I don't know. I hope I don't let you guys down. Other than that, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fontana?
So I have a couple things to report today. I went to the Salida What's Up on Thursday. David spoke. Excellent job. He did a good job representing the city. Next thing is Monarch is reporting a record year up there. They said, they said good things up there. I probably won't go up there, but everybody else should and have a good time.
Record what, snow or people or what?
People.
Oh, people. Okay.
People, people. So that's great for our community. Next one is Nicole and Harry Hansen at Riveting Experience. They are very much involved in the Downtown Business Alliance, which is, I think, new groups forming down there. I don't know a lot about it, but Riveting Experience does. So if anybody wants to be involved in that Downtown Business Alliance, what is starting up and getting some input in that, talk to Riveting Experience. The last one to recognize is Josiah with the Salida Gun Shop. I sat right next to him and I didn't realize, even though I live right there, that they offer so many non-firearm courses with what they present. They have self-defense courses for women and men, safety awareness classes, home neighborhood safety classes, and more. So they also are starting a donation process through the community, similar to if you purchase something, part of the sales will go to something and donations, and they're involving themselves in the community that way. So I think that's a good cause to support. The last one is a comment about the Arts Commission. I had a lot of people come talk to me about that. I didn't know a lot about it, but I researched and I found a lot of information about that. And there is a place for everybody to be involved in that. If you want to go to those meetings, if you, obviously, Councilmember Curtelli is on the nominating committee, stuff like that. There's places to be involved with our arts in Salida. So all you have to do is look on the website, volunteer, seek programs, any of those things, and you can find a place. So that's all.
Thanks. Councilmember Martin?
Nothing for me tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Nacarado?
Nothing.
And I just had two quick things. One, we had actually, with the group you referred to, we met with them, this new Salida group, on F Street. And Harry was there along with several other folks. And I just want to thank City Administrator Dune, along with Ryan, who is our consultant. And I know there was a comment made earlier tonight, and I just want to say she was so highly competent in that meeting that I just want to make sure people know that, and really doing a great job in terms of building rapport in the community and having our business owners really feel like they're being heard. So thank you for that. And then a couple of weeks ago, I had an opportunity to go out to the fire camp, and I was blown away by that operation. Never been there, and got to meet a lot of the people that will be doing the fire mitigation work around town over the next few months. So I just wanted to let people know that. And I believe the treasurer has a report this evening.
I do, Mr. Mayor. I was surprised we lost most of our attendants. I thought they were here for the treasurer's report.
What's that? What?
I thought they were here for his report.
To report that the November city sales tax collections increased by about $35,000, about 5% as compared to November of 2023. The city's portion of the Chaffee County sales tax collections increased by about $6,000, which is a 2.4% increase over November of 2023. In total, sales tax receipts are 4.3% higher for November and 3.8% higher year to date. I'm also happy to report we have a favorable general fund balance. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to our award-winning finance department. They have made the 2025 budget available on the city's website under the finance department. Also, I highly recommend everybody get a chance to read the budget message, which was prepared by Administrator Dune and staff. It does a wonderful job of talking about the different city funds and the budget and where all our revenues come from. And with that, that's the end of my report.
Thanks. Anything from our attorney?
No, Mayor, I will have a report depending on, I will have a report after our last item.
Yep.
But that's all.
Okay, wonderful. Anything from the departments?
I only have one update. Next month, we will be transitioning to a new meeting platform, Zoom, which we are hopeful will be much more user-friendly. So please, if you are used to joining us online, please note that it will have a different link for you to follow. It will be available on our website. We'll make sure that we get that information out, but just wanted to share that with everybody.
I don't think anyone up here is sad about that.
So should we all zoom in next week to?
You should all zoom in next time. Another exciting meeting.
No need to show up next week. Zoom in. Oh, that's right.
So, for that, we
Get updates on the snow globe that Salida can have over.
Okay.
I move to go into executive session for discussion of a personal matter under CRS section 24-6.
Guys.
402, 4F, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. And the following additional details are provided for identification purposes. Presiding officer may ask attorney, staff to provide the city administrators and city attorneys' annual performance evaluations.
And then, because we're going to do two together, if you can read this one as well, and then we'll vote on them.
And then after that executive session, we'll have another one for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402 4B, for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-402 4E. And the following additional details are provided for identification purposes. Legal advice regarding lawsuit brought by the town of Poncha Springs, Tailwind Group LLC, and Full Views Matter LLC against the city of Salida, and related discussion of negotiating parameters and next steps.
It's quite a mouthful. Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. Further discussion?
Critelli,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Nacarado.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Are we relocating?
We are relocating, yes.
We all just said no.
Well, and Dan has to stay and sign all my stuff.
Oh, he does?
Yep.
Let's get over it.
Oh, yeah, but which one? Oh, I guess I can just do this. This is like a little, I'm gonna have to. But this is not.
I think I. Start coming to council.
Just hearing the sound, like a 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, no, that's.
Can we go now?
That's a good call.
Since the beginning.
No, I didn't. Not that good.
While they're in line, they figure it out.
Okay, the time is now 10:58, and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were council members Justin Critelli.
Welcome to the
Suzanne
webinar.
Fontana,
You have entered as
Aaron
an organizer
Stevens,
and may
Mary
now
Ann
speak with
Shore,
other
Will
organizers or
Mills Martin,
panelists on the
Dominique
line.
Nacarado,
When you are ready for your
Melissa
attendees to hear you,
Papenfort,
press the
City
Start
Administrator
Broadcast
Christy
button on the
Dune,
Go to
City
Webinar control panel.
Nina
The broadcast
Williams,
is now starting.
City
All
Clerk
attendees are in
Christy
listen-only mode.
Jefferson. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next agenda item is,
Mr. Mayor, I move to request a meeting between the two governing bodies to negotiate the outstanding terms relating to the municipal service area. We continue to be committed to a resolution and feel this is necessary.
Second.
so we have a motion and a second. Can I borrow that so I can read it? Thanks. So we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Martin, and the motion is to request a meeting between the two governing bodies to negotiate the outstanding terms relating to the municipal service area. We continue to be committed to a resolution and feel this is necessary so that all parties,
You know, I
That is
left that
necessary.
part off.
okay, very good. Further discussion?
Papenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Stevens,
No.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana.
No.
Motion passed.
And will now ask our city attorney to summarize what was discussed while we were in executive session.
Thank you, Mayor. The city of Salida has been committed to settling this matter for the good of both communities, and city staff and attorneys have worked tirelessly in an attempt to resolve this dispute. We were surprised by the plaintiff's statements quoted by the press implying a settlement was reached when that was not the case. Specifically, all of the plaintiff's attorneys were advised before Poncha's board meeting that the last version of the IGA amendment they had provided was not acceptable to city staff, although city staff proposed a way to further compromise over this disputed language. The disputed issue relates to the municipal services areas of both jurisdictions. Here is why council feels they need to meet the board for one last negotiation. For the sizing of the proposed interceptor, the city used the current municipal services areas boundaries for both municipalities. If the city cannot rely on that information to determine the size of the interceptor that was based upon the parties' municipal services areas, then additional money may need to be raised and financed if larger capacity upgrades are required. Without any defined limits, we cannot plan for and build the right-sized pipe and charge the correct amount for our system development fees. These municipal service area boundaries, which each municipality sets for itself, is critical as it defines growth boundaries and allows for infrastructure to remain for its useful life. A sewer main is generally designed for 80 to 120 years. Therefore, the city feels the IGA needs to capture the physical boundary of that service area and allow for responsible planning for the region.
Great. And all that remains would be a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
I'll see you and Sarah in case.